Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Yeah, today's my first day streaming, you guys. Trying something new. So we're gonna play Princess in the Fusion Link Festival. Thankfully, we don't have to play fusions because you don't need fusions to get gems this time. So I can just play strictly Princess Link monsters. Yeah, I'm gonna try Fantastical Dragon because I suspect there's gonna be a lot of Link monsters in this event. I haven't tried the festival yet, so I have no idea what to expect yet. But we're gonna go ahead and jump into a duel here. It's a bit laggy, huh? Okay, we're up against Princess in a mirror match, and I have Ghost Ogre, so what are we gonna do? I think I'm gonna Ghost Ogre either Princess Anemone or wait for them to hit Triangle. If they decide to go into Triangle at all, I don't know. Hopefully I can fix this lag. I can't change my resolution here. It's too zoomed in. Okay, let me change that. Oh man. There we go. Ruya. Probably gonna Ghost Ogre the Battle Ocean instead. Are you guys excited for the new Marintis monster? Now they did summon Triangle. Now I'm thinking twice about whether or not I want to Ghost Ogre the field spell or Triangle. Triangle's still gonna search for Marintis Wave anyway. So the field spell doesn't matter to me right now. Gonna get rid of Triangle. Hope they don't have extenders in their hand. Then I can get rid of that field spell. Oh, I did not see them put that in the graveyard. Oh. You haven't played a Yu-Gi-Oh in a year and a half? Alright then, we got 2 Cyclones. We're going for the field spell. Dump Seahorse. Yeah, I'll add Seahorse to my hand. Mainly Digimon and One Piece. Are you thinking about coming back to Yu-Gi-Oh? Maybe try out some Master Duel? Oh. Yes, we will add Rince's Dive to our hand. Now we have our Seahorse. I'm gonna go for Spring Girl. Get rid of our Blue Tang. Sea Angel over Spring Girl. But I'm going to use the opponent's monster as a link. Chain Spring Girl to Seahorse. They will imperm that. Oh, you tried Paleozoics. I want to try Paleozoics for this event. Let's see. Okay, Water Charmer can only activate if you or can only special summon a monster from the graveyard if it points to a zone. So I did not know that. So I can't activate that. I think this game's going to go really slow and I'm over the lagging, so I'm going to surrender here. Then we're going to go into the settings, change some things. Hopefully we can speed things up. Full screen mode, yes. Hopefully that's okay. Looks alright. I am curious if we're going to be running into a lot of Marincess monsters. Or Marincess decks. Because if so, I might run more Fantastical Dragons. Got my evenly matched. Let's go. Branded. Witchcrafter. Tribute this card, then discard one spell. Special summon one Witchcrafter monster from your deck. Add one Witchcrafter spell to your hand. Banish this card. Send one Witchcrafter card from your deck to the graveyard. Special summon one level 6 or lower Witchcrafter monster from your hand or deck. Okay. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets a spellcaster or targets it for an attack, you can target one card your opponent controls or one Witchcrafter spell in your graveyard. Special summon this card from your hand. If you do, return that targeted card to the hand. Once per turn during your opponent's standby phase, return this card to the hand. Okay then. I drew that one a little too late. Go for Pascalis. If it's normal summon, special summon a Marincess from your hand. Summon our Horus. go into Blue Slug, link over that Seahorse. Blue Slug will add the Seahorse to the hand. Will they go for Madame? Nope. Okay then. So they can negate me. I definitely don't want them to pop Anemone, because they could summon that monster from the deck that can target a monster and destroy it. I don't want them to negate Sea Angel. But we may have to take that risk. Madame is chained. Discard one spell, negate the effects of all face-up monster your opponent controls. Now they can add one Witchcrafter spell to their hand from the graveyard. So I have two options here. I can steal a monster, then go into Zelantis and wipe the board. Or I can draw two and gamble. Both of these cards can summon a monster, so stealing is not an option. Well, I could steal, go into the battle phase, then they bounce a card. That's not good either. I'm gonna gamble. Draw two. Oh, what is this? Activate the blue tang. Send Spring Girl. Oh, I already did Blue Slug, so I can't do that. Yeah, that was a misplay there. Nope, I don't want to do that. Activate Blue Tang, chain the field spell. Oh no, 60 seconds. Select another card. Blue Slug. Yes, I'll add Spring Girl to my hand. Thank you. I really need you to resolve Triangle. Discard Seahorse. Okay, thank you then. Activate Spring Girl, banish. What do I have in my hand? Yeah, you're going into the banish zone. We're going for Bubble Reef. I want to draw into cards. So, activate the field spell. Activate Spring Girl. I'm going for that fusion. They can summon that monster, but they're not bouncing my Bubble Reef back to the hand. It is now. Oh, wait! What? What is going on here? I'm gonna surrender here. I misplayed pretty hard here. I haven't played Marincess in a while, and I forgot that Crystal Heart is needed in order for you to be unaffected while the field spell is on the field. So, that explains that mistake there. But something I probably will need is Marincess Pass. Marincess Basilalima. Basilalima. I'm gonna need you. We're gonna go for one field spell. We don't need two. Oh, I knew. I just slipped my mind. Looking like a pretty good hand. We got evenly. And we're going against Sky Strikers. Lovely. Sky Striker Mecha. Okay then. Oh, a second one. Battle phase. We'll activate the Royal one. Lovely. No back row that I have to worry about, so we're gonna go for Pascalis. Special summon Seahorse. Blue Slug. Blue Slug will add the Seahorse to the hand. Link into Sea Angel. Add the field spell. Game is pausing. What does he have? Is it Droll? If it's Droll, it's too late. Okay, it's Droll, so... No, I don't want to do that yet. Summon Seahorse. Activate field spell. Link into Crystal Heart. Don't need to activate the field spell. Link into Anemone. Anemone brings back the Crystal Heart. Now we can go into Argonaut. Have a good one, Bacon. Chain Anemone. We'll add the Seahorse to the hand. Okay then. And we have won our first match in the Link Fusion Festival. Now, is Paleozoic really something you can play in this event? You don't have Little Knight. You don't have the Xyz. The main deck is untouched. Okay, so... This deck's a bit slow for the event, though. I don't really want matches to last 30 games. Where's Ice Jades? No synchros. Alright, we'll try Marincess Tier Jades. I mean, Ice Jades. Tier Elements. Tier Jades. This deck should be a little faster than Paleozoics and Marincess. Those decks can take a while to really combo. Okay then. This is a decent hand. Go for Ice Jade first. They will Ash that. Activate Tidal Dragon. We'll discard the Adrian. Send Havness to the graveyard. Oh wait, there's no Kalos in this event. That's a problem. Banish our Havness. There goes Havness. Hopefully mill something nice. Okay. Well, the opponent did break the first game. Maybe it'll break again. We'll go into Marincess, or yeah, Marincess Anemone. Bring back Adrian. Set the Erosion, and pass her turn. Okay then. We'll try another round with Tier Jades. Hello Minna, how are you? Memento. Destroy one Memento monster you control, and if you do, special summon one level 3 or lower Memento monster from your deck. If this card is special summon, you can add one Memento monster from your deck to your hand. Okay then. And you can target one level 2 or lower Memento monster in your graveyard, destroy one Memento monster you control, and if you do, special summon the targeted monster. During your main phase, you can destroy one memento monster you control. Send any number of memento monsters from your deck to the graveyard whose level are less than or equal to the destroyed monster's level. So they can send a lot. Okay. This card is sent to the graveyard. You can special summon this card. This card is special summon. You can target one memento card in your graveyard. Add it to your hand. Yes, Vex, I am streaming. To be honest, I don't know what I'm gonna do with streaming yet. It's not something I've ever done before. Part of the reason why I started streaming is because it takes a while for me to make videos. I figured if I just stream, then I can do things a little bit earlier. I kind of wish I did streaming when Sharks were released, because then I could talk more about it while it was, releasing, rather than waiting a week later to talk about it. I did see Yasin's Shark video today, some of it, but I actually want to watch it and react to it live, because I haven't seen all of it, only bits and pieces. I think it would make good content to react to Yasin's video on Sharks. Looks like this time he had some good things to say about Sharks. According to the title, I really don't know how to feel about these pro players and their takes anymore. I think their takes are still important to listen to, because they usually have an angle and an explanation for why, and those explanations are generally good, but sometimes they try to apply those rules when they don't know enough about the deck that they're talking about, so those rules may not make any sense. Altergeist. Oh. Lagging pretty hard there. Oh, that's why we're lagging. Our battery is not plugged in. Okay then. Yeah, different pilots for different vehicles in a sense. I agree with that. When Yasin first reacted to Sharks, he said, you wouldn't summon the rank 3 XZ Lavirtue Dragon because it's rank 3. You wouldn't say that if you knew that Bahamut Shark exists. Bahamut Shark summons a level 3, rank 3 monster from the extra deck. So it was a very strange take when I first heard him say that. Error. Oh, I'm good now? Okay. Let's see. I'll go for Scream. He doesn't. Oh no. The new boss, I understand. A lot of people aren't. Effect failure. Sprite Elf, special summon the level 2. When a spell trap or effect is activated, you contribute one Altergeist monster this card points to, negate the activation. Well, we don't have any spells right now. Activate Tearlament Sheeran. Mill another 3 cards. We're gonna go for Tidal Dragon. Tidal Dragon is a brick right now. We don't have a water monster. Okay, we could special summon him. Do they have a water monster in there? Nope. I can go for Reese's Starfrost. Trigger Sheeran, then Synchro Summon. But before I do that, yeah, I should summon Tidal Dragon first. Banish the other title in A Dream. What is this? When your opponent activates a monster effect, you can send one face-up Altergeist you control, negate the activation. Okay then. Activate piece of Starfrost. Trigger Sheeran. I didn't really want to send back my Adrian into the graveyard, but we're going to have to go for Tearlament Kleidoheart. I don't like that trap card. Okay then. Well, there goes my Tearlament. The real important question is, does the new support make the Rare Fish plus Ready Fusion irrelevant? That's something I really do want to talk about. Continue attack. I'm going to destroy the elf. Having Ready Fusion is actually nice. Because it's an easy extender and a spell that makes Jaws live. That is true. But we do have a lot of spells nowadays that practically function as Ready Fusion, 7th Tachyon, 7th Ascension, and Foolish Goods to an extent. If you search Abyss Shark and then add but Big Jaws to your hand, similar, but you do need a water monster on the field. But if you look at it this way, 7 Tachyon plus 7th Ascension is like having 6 Ready Fusions, which sort of replace 3 Shathana's 3 Ready Fusions. So do you really still need Ready Fusion? Activate Scream. Mill 3. Can we fuse? Subversion. Foolish Burial, and maybe even Unexpected Die. Okay, I'm going to activate Havness. Activate Solic. We could add him. Go into Kaleido Heart. Send the Subversion back into the deck. Element Kaleido Heart. Activate it. Target the Subversion. And there you go. What about Foolish Burial and Unexpected Die? What do you mean, Henry? Or Henrique? When this card inflicts battle damage, target one card your opponent controls, send it to the graveyard. If an Altergeist Link monster is link summoned to your field while this card is in your graveyard, you can add this card to your hand. Okay. Add one Altergeist monster to your hand. If you activate a trap card, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can special summon one Altergeist monster from your deck. Oh yes, yes, those spells could work on our Big Jaws. That's very true. But is there something worth sending to the graveyard with Foolish Burial these days? I wonder. Target one Altergeist monster in your graveyard, special summon it in defense position, but it can't activate its effects. What are you gonna do, Malakos? Malako SSS. Yes, you could send Right Hand Shark and Crystal Shark to the graveyard. Oh right, yes, he is doing his best. Oh, there we go. Underworld Goddess. Did I really have to top deck that? I can't activate Crystal Girl, so I can't summon Invoked. This white woman is going to be a problem. If I go for this one, I can stall. That's not going to do anything, because I can't. Yeah, so I may just go for this. Will I have to banish it? Banish monsters from your graveyard. Do I want to banish Tearlament, Sheeran, or Kaleidoheart right now? Negated. I'm trying out this 60 card Ice Jade Horus deck with 3 Tanola, 3 Field Spell, 3 Ice Barrier, Grass Horus package, and 3 Tidal. Yes, it does sound pretty spicy. Anything milled or sent to the graveyard makes Tanola an extra normal summon. And Daps, are you doing that for the festival, or are you doing that in general for like ranked and stuff? Speaking of Tanola, just gonna have to hope they don't have more monsters. Let's see, what time is it? 11. Maybe we can talk about sharks today. I've been working on a spreadsheet that has a lot of combos for sharks. So if you guys aren't, if you haven't already seen it, I can link that to you guys. Well, the Sharks spreadsheet. Post Rage of the Abyss. We have a lot going on here. Some combos summon 2 Dark Knights, which has a soft once per turn effect to attach the opponent's monster as material. So, if we look at DKL, Dark Knight, we have a few combos there that involve 2 Dark Knights. C32 gains a soft disruption if Drake is attached as material, allowing you to remove a spell or trap card once per turn. So that's why Drake is here. So combos that summon C32 with Drake as material, you're going to see that right here. Virtue Stream has a soft disruption if you banish it from the graveyard to change the attribute of your opponent to water. So Virtue Stream has 2 effects. The first one is a hard disruption that destroys 1 card and 2 of your opponent's cards, and the second one is a soft disruption. If you look over here, we have hard disruption, soft disruptions. Right now I only have 2 soft disruptions that are listed here. It's the Drake and Virtue Stream's attribute change. Everything else here is a hard disruption. This combo spreadsheet also has replays, which you can watch on Dueling Book, and a bunch of deck lists. The first section is just 1-card combos, and the second one is 2-card combos. Yes, Vexper, this one is definitely a lot more in-depth than my previous spreadsheets. I got some more going on in this spreadsheet, but we'll talk about that later. We can watch a few replays, I suppose. So there's been a lot of YouTubers out there who've gotten some things wrong about sharks. What did they get wrong? What did they miss? Let's talk about it. So Buzzsaw Shark. No, not Buzzsaw Shark. We'll talk about the ROTAs. The Rage of the Abyss support. Surfacing Big Jaws. So this fish, it allows you to be used for the Exy summon of a water monster, and it can be treated as a level 3 or 5 monster, just like Lantern Shark and Buzzsaw Shark. And you can use this each of the following effects of Surfacing Big Jaws once per turn during the main phase. If a spell was activated this turn, you can special summon this card from your hand. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of the turn except Exy monsters. If this card is normal or special summon, you can add 1 fish shark monster from your deck to your hand. So one thing people got wrong is that Big Jaws doesn't compete for the normal summon with Buzzsaw Shark. It actually makes Buzzsaw an even stronger normal summon. So this isn't to replace Buzzsaw, it's to make Buzzsaw better. So if we go for our 1-card combo with Buzzsaw Shark, let's say the opponent has a Nibiru. Buzzsaw Shark summons Surfacing Big Jaws from the deck. You then Exy summon into Bahamut Shark with both of those fish. Summon Toad by detaching Big Jaws. Now if the opponent activates Nibiru, you can activate Toad in response. Toad is sent to the graveyard, destroys and steals the Nibiru, and then in the graveyard you activate the effect of Toad, add Big Jaws to the hand. Then you need to rank into Fortress. We need a spell to activate to get Big Jaws on the field. Fortress detaches 2 materials. We'll add Unveil and the full armored Exy trap card. Activate Unveil by targeting the Fortress. Now we can special summon Big Jaws. Yes, an interesting detail about Big Jaws is that it also works if your opponent activates a spell. Now we use Big Jaws to add Drake Shark to the hand, or Abyss Shark, and then you can continue doing your combo from here. So we can see that in the past, if our Buzzsaw Shark summoned a fish from the deck and then we went into Bahamut Toad and we got nibbed, there was really nothing good that we could summon from the deck with Buzzsaw that we could add to our hand with Toad, but now we have Big Jaws. Let's go back to Big Jaws. So another thing people got wrong is or they missed, is that Big Jaws doesn't lock into Xyz if you normal summon it. If you normal summon it, it does not Xyz lock, so other non-Xyz water decks can still use Big Jaws. And because it's a level 4, you can still synchro summon with it into Aryan Post with the level 2 tuner. Maybe it might see play in Ghoti, but only if Big Jaws gets a shark monster we can add to our hand that can turn Big Jaws into a card that can synchro into Aryan Post for 1 card. Some kind of level 2 shark tuner that you can special summon from the hand. Now that we have more armored Xyz spell and traps, surely we won't open them as much, stopping us from overlaying Armored Fortress, right? That's true. You can run 3 if you want. But a lot of people have decided to run 2. And this is because 7th Tachyon can place 1 card from your hand on top of the deck, so it can unbrick it. So it reduces the probability of bricking if you draw 2. And the other reason is we can use La Virtue to move materials from Xyz monsters. So if you have Fortress on the field, and you detach 1 material, but you can't detach the other one because you have no more armored Xyz spell or traps in your deck, then you can use La Virtue to move that material away from Fortress and attach it to La Virtue, and now you can rank up your Fortress. So that's why a lot of people are now running 2. You don't need to run 3. There is a good argument to why you might want to run 3, but we can go over that another time. So with Surfacing Big Jaws, because it doesn't Xyz lock, you can normal summon it, search Abyss Shark, use Abyss Shark to search for Shark Drake or Drake Shark, and then go into Bahamut Toad. So this means you have Bahamut, Toad, and Abyss Shark now on the field, all off of just 1 card. So this means you can use this in Ghoti if you want to link into Abyss Keeper while having Toad on the field. So you can imagine that Big Jaws is kind of like a better Mermaid Shark if you want to summon Coelacanth from the hand. Because Big Jaws summons Toad, then you link into Abyss Keeper, then summon Coelacanth, and now Coelacanth has protection from Toad, and targeting protection because you have a fish on the field with Abyss Keeper. Now it's not enough to make it like a staple for Ghoti right now, because you still need a way to make Surfacing Big Jaws somehow able to combo into Aryan Posts, or search for a shark that makes this card able to combo with Abyss Shark. Because right now, a 2-card combo with a Big Jaws and Abyss Shark does not produce an Aryan Post, which is one advantage that Mermaid Shark has. Mermaid Shark plus Abyss Shark can combo into Aryan Post as a 2-card combo, and Big Jaws can't. Unveiled Male is mid. It does appear that way, but there is an advantage in that when you discard it, it comes back from the graveyard, so it recurs itself. And you can also rank up into an Xyz using that monster during the battle phase. There could be some use cases for it, but we can go over the Unveiled Male very soon. Let's talk about Drake Shark. If this card is added to your hand except by drawing it, you can special summon it. It's like a Poplar. This card can be treated as 2 materials for the Xyz summon of a water monster that uses 3 or more materials. That's the first card in the game that allows you to do that. And you can use each of the previous effects of Drake Shark once per turn. A Drake Shark Xyz monster that has this card as material gains this effect. Once per turn, you can detach 2 materials from this card, then target 1 spell trap on the field, attach it to this card as material. So that's a soft disruption right there. Using it the intended way to attack 4 times with Shark Drake is fun. Yes, that you can do that with Unveiled Male. And yes, this is a fish Poplar. Although unlike Poplar, Poplar can be normal summoned to search and still kind of do a combo. This one cannot. If you draw it, it can be a dud draw, and that's really one of the downsides. So it's not as powerful as Poplar, but we also don't really need any more normal summons. We have some pretty strong normal summons anyway. But in a way, this is a very useful card. It's a silent angler that doesn't lock you out of special summoning for the rest of the turn. One YouTuber said you wouldn't use Drake Shark to summon number 32 because you would instead summon Bahamut Toad. This is a false dichotomy. If we look at a replay with Big Jaws here, we normal summon the Big Jaws, add Abyss Shark, activate Abyss Shark. Abyss Shark adds Drake Shark to the hand, and like a Poplar, we can special summon it. With that Drake Shark and Surfacing Jaws, we can go into Bahamut, detach material, summon Toad, then go into Fortress. Fortress detaches 2 materials, add Unveil Mail and Armored XZ. Oh yeah, now I know why I was showing this replay. This replay was shown because of, yeah, I wanted to show you guys this replay because it's a 1-card Big Jaws that summons Toad. But that's not relevant to what I wanted to talk about, which was Drake Shark. So, is this Drake Shark? Yeah, this is Drake Shark. We're going to refresh the page here. Yes, Big Jaws is a 2 disruption, 1-card combo. You can even do more than that, but if you want to summon Toad, it's just 2 disruptions. But if you summon Lavirtue instead, you can get a lot more disruptions off of Big Jaws. So, Buzzsaw Shark summons Drake Shark. Normally you would use it to summon XZ Remora, but we already have XZ Remora in the hand. So we're going to special summon Bahamut Shark, detach Drake Shark, summon Toad, go into Fortress, detach 2 materials, add Unveil, and Full Armored XZ. Then go into Dark Knight, detach 2 materials from Dark Knight, activate Remora, summon Drake Shark and Buzzsaw from the graveyard, then go into another Bahamut Shark with Drake Shark and our Remora. Detach 1 material, and summon Lavirtue Dragon. Activate Lavirtue on summon to add Virtue Stream, and then Lavirtue Dragon activates its effect, detach 1 material from an XZ, add a fish to the hand, you can add Drake Shark. And if Drake Shark is added to the hand from the graveyard, you can special summon it. And then using Lavirtue, or using Drake Shark as 2 materials, plus the Buzzsaw, you can summon number 32 Shark Drake. So the YouTuber that said you wouldn't summon Drake to summon number 32 because you would instead summon Bahamut Toad, well, you can do both. You can have your Drake and eat it too. You can summon Bahamut Shark and you can summon number 32 with Drake Shark in 1 turn. Armored Shark. So Armored Shark is a level 3 fish, and it's always treated as an Armored XZ card. So now we have 4. We have Unveil, We have the Armored Spell and Trap, and now we have Armored Shark. You can send one Water Eggsy monster from your extra deck to the graveyard, then target one fish in your graveyard with a level equal to the sent monster's rank. So you can send a rank 4 to the graveyard, target a level 4 fish in the graveyard, and then special summon that fish. During your opponent's turn, if this card is in your graveyard, you can target one Water Eggsy you control, equip this card to it as an equip spell that gives it 500 attack. So this second effect allows you to loop it. Every time it's in the graveyard, you can equip it, allowing you to trigger Dark Knight on either player's turn because it is a quick effect. And you can only use each effect of Armored Shark once per turn. This first effect doesn't have a lot of use cases because there's not a lot of cards we can send to the graveyard that is a rank 4 that can actually do something when it's sent to the graveyard. Toad is a level 2, and we do have some level 3s that have graveyard effects, like Rebarian Shark, but we're not really using rank up spells right now. So for the most part, this card, it's not really seeing a lot of play. People have been experimenting with it, but because this card doesn't really work well with level 4 fish, it's just not very... I don't see a combo line with it. There's no chance Armored Shark is playable. I think it is playable, but in Ice Shade Sharks. That's because Ice Shade Sharks does use level 3s. There could be some use cases there for Ice Shade Sharks because it is a level 3. Seems more like a grind card. I agree, it is a grind card. But you also want it to be strong enough to where you would want to add it to your hand on your opening turn. And at the moment, I would not want to add this to my hand over Unveil Mail or Armored Eggsy Trap. The only use I found is Nightmare Shark. And when you use Nightmare Shark with this card, what are you doing with it? I'll show you guys one replay of someone who did use this card in a way that might spark some interest. Where's my sheet? Was it Lord Sour? No, that's not it. There it is. It attaches from hand when special summoned off Bahamut. Oh yeah, that is true. Potentially useful for OTKs. Interesting. I'll look into that, because that's a very interesting take there. So now, Buzzsaw Shark. Buzzsaw Shark gets impermed. What are you going to do? Activate Tachyon. Reveal 101. Add Big Jaws to the hand. Special summon Big Jaws. Abyss Shark. Special summon Abyss Shark. Add Harpooner to the hand. Then you go into Bahamut Shark. Detach Material, summon Toad. Go into Fortress. Detach 2 materials. This person is now adding Unveil Mail and Armored Shark. Harpooner activates, revealing Armored Shark and Harpooner. Then discards the Harpooner, summons Armored Shark, activate Armored Shark on summon, send 101 to the graveyard, special summon Buzzsaw from the graveyard, and then goes into Virtue Dragon. Detach 1 material, add Virtue Stream, and Big Jaws. Discard Unveil, summon Utopic Ray Lancer. Special summon Dark Knight, set the trap card, or set Virtue Stream. And at the end phase, activate Unveil Mail and equip it to one of his monsters. Now, is this useful? I don't know, but it is interesting. Using Harpooner to get Armored Shark onto the field. Maybe it could be funny with White Stingray Fishborg Harpooner. Yeah, maybe. This player did use Harpooner to summon Armored Shark in a combo, and it was consistent. But is it useful? As of right now, I don't see it over... Like, why would I add Harpooner to my hand over Eggsy Remora? With Eggsy Remora, I can do a lot more with my end board. But it is something to take note of, that you can use Harpooner to summon Armored Shark. And that's something Ice Shade Sharks does. There was a combo that one player did involving Ice Shade Sharks that used Harpooner to summon Armored Shark. Let's see. Number 32, Shark Drake Leviathan. So a rank 5 Sea Serpent, and it needs 4 level 5 monsters, but you can also Eggsy summon this card by discarding one spell using one rank 4 Shark Drake Eggsy monster you control. Transfer its materials to this card. Once per turn, you can detach one material from this card, then target one effect monster your opponent controls, negate its effects, and if you do, change its attack to 0. Now, some people have called this an imperm on legs. I would not call this an imperm. I think it's an ice barrier on legs. Just like ice barrier, the imperm or the negation is permanent, and it also turns their attack and defense to 0 permanently. This is ice barrier on legs. This card can make a second attack during each battle phase. Also, if it attacks a defense position monster, inflict piercing battle damage to your opponent. So yes, this is an OTK machine. In my testing, I have preferred to summon this on following turns and not on my opening turn unless I feel like I have to. There's a lot of stronger turn 1 boards that don't require this on the field. In the past, if your opponent broke your board or you needed to summon a monster on the following turn, there really wasn't a lot of good options to go into. You had Kragan, and that was pretty much it. But now you can do Shark Drake Leviathan, and it's going to be pretty easy to summon on the following turn. You can use Drake Shark or Shark Big Jaws, Buzzsaw, or Abyss Shark. You can add either of these fish to your hand with Toad. So then on the following turn, you can use any of these 3 fish to search for Drake Shark, and then summon Drake Leviathan and OTK on that following turn. Worth noting that this might be the best new Eggsy Revive Splash target. Yes, I think so too. If you actually look at Revive Splash, Konami gave us a little clue, because on Revive Splash, there's an image of number 32, Shark Drake. If you have Revive Splash in your hand, you can use Utopic Ray Lancer to discard it, then go into the battle phase, negate your opponent's effects. If they try to negate your full armored Utopic Ray Lancer or target it somehow, you banish the Revive Splash, Eggsy Summon on top of Utopic Ray Lancer using Shark Drake Leviathan, negate an effect, and turn one of their monsters into 0. So it is a very interesting turn 2 combo. Something else to note, Poseidon Splash. We got another Eggsy Splash card in the ROTA Rage of the Abyss pack. And this one has a picture of Abyss Splash. Abyss Splash is another water monster that you could use to revive Splash on top of to summon the sea version of it. Though it's not very good these days. It's a 10-year-old card that really needs an update. So I think Konami's giving us another hint with Poseidon Splash that we are going to get a retrain of Abyss Splash. Probably not in this pack, but very soon. That's what I think. Is there anything more to say about number 32? I like its design. It's crazy cool. Can you use a C32 negate effect if Utopia Ray negate effect goes through though? Target one effect monster you control, negate its effects, and if you do, so it's an if you effect. So, if you activate Utopic Ray Lancer, you won't be able to use Shark Drake to negate an effect. So you probably would activate Utopic Ray Lancer if you expect your opponent to negate it. And then you can use Revive Splash or Shark Drake, summon it, and then you can use its effect to negate a monster, turn its attack to 0. More often than not, if you are making Shark Drake Leviathan on the same turn outside of Revive Splash, you are using Abyss Shark, which with its passive effect, that double damage battle from your first. That's very true. Double damage with Abyss Shark if you attack with a number monster that turn. We can go to Abyss Shark right now. You can special summon this monster for the rest of this turn, except water monsters. You cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this turn except water monsters. Also, the next battle damage your opponent takes this turn from a battle involving your number monster and another monster is doubled. So if you attack an opponent's monster after you summon Abyss Shark, then you will be able to deal double damage with a number monster. Dealing double damage with Shark Drake Leviathan is lethal if you are able to attack twice and able to resolve its effect to change one of their monsters' attack to 0 or defense. Morning, another Shark Drake looks nice. Yes, it is a beautiful card. This one is a fusion of Shark Drake Vice and number 17 Leviathan. You can see a little bit of the design of number 17 there. Are we moving on to Virtue Dragon? Another detail about SDL, Shark Drake Leviathan, is that you can summon him properly. I don't know why you would waste 4 monsters on it instead of using 3 monsters in a spell, but it's a neat detail. Yes, you can use Drake Shark, treat it as 2 materials plus another fish to go into number 32, and then discard Unveil to summon C32. And we will get back to that when we talk about Unveil. So, Le Virtue Dragon, where's the screenshot? Yes, Le Virtue Dragon, the final boss of Virtue Signaling, One YouTuber thinks you're not summoning Lavirtue Dragon because it's a rank 3 in a deck full of level 4 fishes. But if you play sharks, then you'd know that's a very strange thing to say. Bahamut Shark can summon rank 3 or lower water XZs for free, right? We don't need to hard summon Lavirtue Dragon, we can just use Bahamut Shark. Once per turn, detach one material from this card, special summon one rank 3 or lower water XZ from your extra deck. This card cannot attack for the rest of the turn. You summon Virtue Dragon, and on summon you can activate its effect to add Virtue Stream from your deck to your hand. Virtue Stream is the new trap card. We'll get back to that. Then, during this turn, Lavirtue Dragon has 2 effects, but you can only activate one of them, and only once per turn. So you can detach one material from a monster you control, then add one fish, sea serpent, or aqua monster from your graveyard to your hand, except Lavirtue Dragon. So we've already seen that in a previous replay. You detach one fish, add it to your hand. If you add Drake Shark, then you can special summon Drake Shark. If you add Big Jaws, then you can rank into Fortress, use Fortress to search a spell, special summon Big Jaws. So it's a very useful tool. Now this second effect, it targets 2 XZ monsters on the field, detach one material from one of them, and attach it to the other as material. So you can detach materials from Fortress, unbricking it, and add it to Virtue Dragon. You can also move materials from anywhere on the field. It can be even your opponent's XZs, take materials from them and add it to you, or take material from you and add it to them. Not sure why you would do that one, but you can do that. There are some combos in which you summon Nash Knight and then you have to detach a material from it in order to summon Remora. We can go show that replay if you want. And then you can use Virtue Dragon to give the material back to Nash Knight. Is it worth talking about whether or not sharks are usable on Master Duel without Toad? I think it's too early to tell. We'd have to see how it does in OCG, but I have a suspicion that it won't do that well. Partly because if you do get nibbed, there's really not a lot you can do to go back from that, because Nib is not a water monster, and Abyss Shark will be locked out of being able to do anything. Being able to search Abyss Shark with Big Jaws is a very important part of being able to do combos with it. So if you get nibbed and you have Big Jaws in your hand and you can special summon it because you activated a spell that turn, there's not really any strong combos you can do without Abyss Shark available to you. But I do think it'll probably do better than it did before. It will. But whether or not it actually sees any competitive play, I don't know. I definitely think in TCG it will. Enjoyed the Fusion Festival using Memento Loner deck, limit 1 not so much. Continued with the event to do dailies like destroy 5 cards. I love Sharks, but it's more of a budget deck, as it doesn't have many hands and unfortunately plays in a Max C. Yes, in Master Duel, that is one of the downsides. No Toad, no go. These cards come in Master Duel? Not yet. These are very early pre-release. They're not even out in OCG yet. We're still getting details, and it's not going to be out in OCG until July 27th, I believe. A nice flavor of detail is that Lavirtue Dragon is the thematic opposite of Levice Dragon, being opposite in color with backwards facing horns going forward. Now that's not something I knew. I've known I've seen this detail before, but I couldn't put it... I mean, I thought it was going to be a Levar Dragon, but when you say Levice Dragon... What's Levice Dragon? Are you trolling me? Levice is the Japanese name of Leviathan. Ah. It does seem like a retrain of Leviathan. Do I stream somewhere else too? Nope, this is the first time I've done streaming. I do plan on streaming elsewhere as well. I would like to go on Twitch. I'm not sure what other streams people are on. Are there other streams that people are on Master Duel? We're going to go back to the replay with Virtue Dragon featured in this replay. Le French, Le Virtue Dragon. Bahamut Shark detaches Remora. Summon Toad. Go into Fortress, detach 2 materials. Add Unveil and the Eggsy Armor Trap. Go into Crystal Zero. Then to Dark Knight. We activated the spell before going into Dark Knight, so it's going to be sent to the graveyard when we rank up. Go into the Extra Zone. Summon Big Jaws because we activated a spell this turn. Activate add a Bishark to the hand. Now we can special summon a Bishark. Add Remora to the hand. Then Eggsy summon into Stealth Kragan. Detach Surfacing Big Jaws. And we're going to detach the Eggsy Armor Fortress just to get it in the graveyard for following turns. Summon 2 fish from the graveyard. Summon Bahamut Shark. Activate Dark Knight. Add Remora to the hand. So this is a combo you'd only do if you actually have 2 Remoras. Most players are not playing 2 Remoras. There's a good argument for why. Because we have it. There's so many ways to search for more. You don't really need 2. The reason why I have 2 in this combo is because I want to summon Dweller. So this is a combo you would do if you want to summon Dweller. Bahamut Shark then summons the Virtue Dragon. Activate Virtue to add Virtue Stream to the hand. Then we're going to discard the full armored Eggsy to summon Utopic Ray Lancer and set Virtue Stream onto the field. At the end phase, we'll activate Unveil Mail and equip it to one of our Eggsys. Oh, I forgot. So before we end the turn, we activate Virtue Dragon to detach 1 material from a monster and add a fish to the hand. So we detach a material from Utopic Ray Lancer, add Big Jaws to the hand. So now we have Big Jaws for the following turn. Then at the end phase, we activate Unveil Mail and equip it to one of our Eggsys. I like equipping it to Abyss Dweller because a lot of players who hate Abyss Dweller will just run into it. So equipping it to Abyss Dweller will prevent that. It also forces them to activate removals that don't involve destroying it in battle. So they'll have to waste 1 just to get rid of Abyss Dweller. So, on main phase 1, flip over Virtue Stream, target one of our fish, Sea Serpent or Aqua, and destroy 2 cards the opponent controls. It's non-targeting, so we can also destroy back row as well with it. We're going to target our Kragan. If we already activated the Kragan that turn, we can destroy Kragan. Kragan, when destroyed, summons Kragan's Spawn. Attach is a monster from the graveyard to it as material. Then we can banish Virtue Stream on that same turn. Turn one of our opponent's monster into water. Very interesting effect because you can use it to prevent your opponent from link climbing into fire link monsters like Raging Phoenix, or prevent them from synchro summoning into monsters that require dark attributes. So it can disrupt cards. But you can also use it to turn an opponent's monster into water, so you can activate Stealth Kraken, which can now destroy a water monster. So you activate Stealth Kraken, pop a monster, and then you can continue your combo. Banish Full Armored XZ, activate Dark Knight by equipping a XZ monster to it as material. You also have a negate here with Toad. You can use Toad to tribute that Stealth Kraken and keep Toad on the field. That's something unique to this combo that we weren't doing before. Usually we always had to tribute our own Toad or give up a Stealth Kraken, but we can give up a Stealth Kraken spawn. We don't really need it anymore. And we can also activate Utopic Ray Lancer at the end of that combo in the battle phase. From a 10 pull yesterday, didn't think I would get any URs, but I got a Royal Pyro Phoenix and a Royal SR Memento Twin Dragon. Very good for you. I don't have any new Royals recently. Haven't been getting lucky. From free gems, I enjoyed that pull. You got Royals from a free gem. I have to confess, I love your voice. I fell asleep last night watching the Ghoti combo video. That's so funny. Thank you. Wait, I blinked. What happened to the Armored XZ trap card? Oh no, this is a new replay. Different replay. I switched over. So this is a different combo. But yeah, if you're talking about the original combo, it was discarded with Utopic Ray Lancer. Stealth Kraken is very good for his Tenpai Dragon field spell. Yes. That's one advantage we have against probably going to be the strongest deck. Is Stealth Kraken completely shuts down their best effect. The field spell prevents them from being affected by activated effects. If their monsters are fire dragons. But Stealth Kraken is not an activated effect. It's a passive effect that turns all of their monsters into water. So you will be able to destroy their cards. So if Sharks does become meta relevant, it's because of that fact as well as many others. Dweller being a very good card against Snake Eyes, and Stealth Kraken being very good against Tenpai. Tenpai, Snake Eyes, and prevents Chaos Angel too. Yes, Snake Eyes as well. They have Raging Phoenix and a bunch of fire links. So that's something that hopefully Sharks will be able to take advantage of. We can start this replay over. So this is another replay with Lavirtue Dragon. People don't tend to read Kraken first effect. They don't. They don't read its first effect, its second effect, or its third effect. Can't tell you how many times people have run into it, into battle, and then just stood there looking at it as my Kraken summoned a Kraken spawn from the graveyard. And then crashed into Kraken spawn, didn't read that effect either. Summoned the Kraken back onto the field. That Stealth Kraken then pops a monster in the main phase 2. So, in this replay, Bahamut Shark. Yes, it's my first replay ever. Or, first stream ever. Bahamut Shark summons Drake Shark. Activate Bahamut Shark, detach Drake Shark, summon Lavirtue Dragon. Activate Lavirtue Dragon, add Virtue Stream to the hand. Now this is a combo you probably wouldn't do in TCG very often because you always want to summon Toad first. But sometimes you want to go for this combo in certain situations. There are certain one-card combos that are just better if you summon Lavirtue Dragon. We can look at the Google sheet here. These are Buzzsaw Shark one-card combos and Big Jaws. If we look at the ones that give us protection from Nibiru, they only give us 2 disruptions, which is summoning Bahamut Shark to summon Toad, and then go into Dark Knight with the Bahamut Shark. But if you play the non-safe Nibiru combos, they all summon 6 disruptions, because they all start with Lavirtue Dragon instead of Toad. So sometimes you're going to have to weigh those options. Do you want more disruptions, or do you want Toad? In OCG, you don't have a choice. You don't have a Toad, you gotta summon Lavirtue Dragon. So, going back to the replay. We summon Lavirtue, add Virtue Stream. Go into Fortress, detach 2 materials, add Armored Eggsy Trap, and the Reincarnate Unveil Mail. Activate Unveil. Rank into Crystal 0. This will send Unveil to the graveyard. And then go into Dark Knight. Activate Dark Knight. Add Unveil back to the hand. Summon Big Jaws. Big Jaws will activate. Add Abyss Shark to the hand. Activate Abyss Shark. Add Remora to the hand. Now to make room for Remora, we need space. So we can go to Stealth Kragan, detach Big Jaws and our Fortress, summon Remora. Remora then summons 2 fish from the graveyard. Go into Dweller. Use Lavirtue Dragon to detach 1 material. We'll detach from Dark Knight. Add a fish to the hand. We can add Drake Shark. Special summon the Drake Shark. And go into number 32 if we want. Or we can go into any Eggsy here. On the opponent's turn, we'll flip over the Full Armor Trap. Discard Unveil. Summon C32. And then do our combo with Stealth Kragan and Virtue Stream. Activate Stealth Kragan, pop a monster. Use Virtue Stream to destroy Kragan and 2 of the opponent's cards, back row or monsters. Activate Stealth Kragan in the graveyard to special summon Kragan Spawn. Kragan Spawn attaches a material from the graveyard. Banish Virtue Stream from the graveyard, turn the opponent's monster into water. Then we can activate Kragan Spawn, destroy 1 of their monsters. Preferably you want to activate Abyss Dweller in the draw phase or standby phase. We can activate Shark Drake Leviathan, target 1 of their monsters, negate it, and turn it into 0 attack and defense. Banish the Full Armored Eggsy Trap card. Equip it to Eggsy Armor Fortress. And then activate Dark Knight. And at the end of the turn, we get our Unveil Mail back. Are you going to play Master Duel again on this stream? I can. Is there something you want me to play on Master Duel? What game are the replays from? Also, is Duel Links worth playing? These replays are from Dueling Book. Duelingbook.com. Is Duel Links worth playing? Duel Links is worth playing on the toilet. It's a very fast-paced game. Turns last a lot shorter than Master Duel and standard rules. And yeah, if you just want a really quick game that doesn't require too much thinking, it's great. It's also great for someone who's not really into combo decks or someone who's new to the game. I enjoyed it. I played it for a few years. I think I missed an hour of the stream, so I'll watch what I missed later. Yeah, I've been on for a little while now. What game are the replay? Oh yeah, I read that. I found you from TSX video about sharks a month, 2 ago. Enjoy the content. Yes, I watched that stream or that video as well. And thank you. Hey buddy, throw some respect on this man's name, chat. Hit the like button because he's doing procedures work. Thank you, Nepti. Yes, Ghoti. Ghoti. Lots of hearts for Ghoti. But if you don't want to, you can play whatever you want. I also don't mind watching the Shark replays. I haven't played Ghoti in a while. I would like to play that on stream very soon. The issue with Duel Links is that you need to farm a lot. That's true. It's actually one of the reasons why I stopped playing. Farming on Duel Links can be a nightmare if you get stuck. Like you reach 0 gems and it takes a very long time to get out of that. And if you're like new cards get released and you really want to play those new cards, you can't overnight. You gotta wait for a few weeks in order to rack up those gems to get back to a good place. Whereas with Master Duel, you can decraft things, a lot of old things you're not playing anymore, and you can make that new deck. So, Virtue Dragon, done. Surface Aqua Jet. So, this is a normal spell. This card is Aqua Jet plus Surface fused together. Surface targets 1 level 3 or lower fish, aqua, or sea serpent in your graveyard and special summons it in defense. Aqua Jet targets or doesn't target. It special summons 1 level 4 or lower fish, sea serpent, or aqua from your hand or graveyard. And if you do, you cannot special summon from the extra deck except XZ monsters while you control that face-up special summoned monster. So it's interesting, it doesn't target. That's a plus. If your opponent controls an attack position monster, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target 1 fish, sea serpent, or aqua you control. It gains 1000 attack until the end of the turn. This effect is Aqua Jet. Another card that increases your attack by 1000. But why would you want to use this card? You increase your attack by 1000 to boost Leviathan to 4100, making it a little easier to OTK. But the issue with this card is the first effect. Even though you can special summon a fish or sea serpent aqua from your hand or graveyard, there's not a lot of targets to summon. Big Jaws can special summon itself already. We don't really need Aqua Jet to do that. And our normal summon, Buzzsaw Shark, we don't really have that many. We don't need a special summon Buzzsaw Shark. Yeah, we don't need a special summon Buzzsaw. So, this card really isn't seeing any play. I wouldn't recommend it. Or at least, I haven't seen any good use cases for it. You could imagine using this to summon other monsters that are not fish. We don't really need our fish to be special summoned. We have Harpooner for that. Sea Serpent or Aqua. Would you want to summon Barrier Statue with this card? I don't know. You can do that with Harpooner too, so not really a lot of good use cases for this. I haven't seen any. Wow, Aqua Jet looks amazing. The artwork looks amazing. Deru Senpai, to be honest, I think we should focus on maximizing toads and therefore play 3 Bahamut Shark. That's an interesting take. I'd really like to see a combo with 3 Bahamut Sharks summoning 3 toads. I think it's a bit overkill. You don't really need that many toads. One advantage of summoning Virtue Dragon over Toad is because you can activate its effect to search a trap card. It makes your board more resistant to things like Dark Ruler no more. If you have 3 toads on the field and your opponent activates Dark Ruler or Droplet might be a little bit more common nowadays, then your toads are just sitting there. There's another advantage of Virtue Stream in that it targets back row. 2 of them, potentially. So I really do prefer having Virtue Dragon over a second Toad. Cheers, I do have Master Duel on my Xbox, which I do on my dailies unless there's an event. I mainly log in at 7 p.m. to do my dailies. Yes, I always do my dailies. You also need to level up characters, farm on gates for cards and skills, and we also know Yu-Gi-Oh players don't like waiting. Yes, leveling up characters, that's a very time-consuming thing in Duel Links. One thing I really like about Duel Links is the skills, though. Very unique playstyle. I really love Shark skill, turning all your monsters into level 4. It creates very new types of interactions. If there's anything worth playing for Duel Links, it's for that feature alone. It's the skills. Playing around with the skills is pretty fun. God, imagine we get Ghoti and Sharks in the same pack. You wish. If only it was searchable. Yeah, maybe. Need a Shark Protector on Master Duel 2. I use water currently and Ghoti Protector before my Sharks. It could be used as part of an OTK package. There's a lot of ways to OTK without this, so it's very difficult to see why you would use this, because it's not searchable, and the other OTK methods are searchable. In Master Duel, we need a dang ocean theme mate already. I love Toad, but he's still banned Sage. Well, I like my Trishula. It's not ocean theme, but I like my Trishula very much. Reincarnate Unveil. Another armored Eggsy card. An Eggsy monster equipped with this card gains these effects, cannot be destroyed by a battle. And once per turn, if this card battled this turn, you can return one equipped card equipped to this card to the hand. Then immediately after this effect resolves, Eggsy summon one water Eggsy monster. So this effect can be used with number 32 Shark Drake. You go into the battle phase, attack a few times with Shark Drake, then return this card to the hand. And because it's a then effect, you can then immediately after this effect resolves, discard it to special summon C32. And yeah, you would do this going second. Could Thrust search Aqua Jet Surface? You could. Thrust is a card that I think is going to find a lot of use cases for us because it is a spell, so it triggers Big Jaws. But there are a lot of Thrust targets that you'd probably prefer going second that you'd probably never search Aqua Jet anyway. You'd probably search Talents, a Board Breaker, or a card like Tachyon to search for Big Jaws. Poseidon Splash. You know what, I'll go to the Google Sheet. At the bottom of the Google Sheet, I have some more, little more stuff here going on. One thing that came up is whether or not it was optimal to run 3 or 2 armored traps and spells. Because now that you have Unveil, and you have a way to shuffle or place, you can place a card on top of the deck with Tachyon. So that will decrease the probability of bricking if you have 2 armored spell and trap cards. But one reason why you would use 2 armored spells in your deck and not 3 is because you can unbrick Eggsy Armored Fortress, like we talked about earlier. You can summon the Virtue Dragon to detach 1 material from Fortress. Now this will only work if you have at least 1 armored card left in the deck. since you are not summoning Toad, this can be a suboptimal combo. You're starting your combo by summoning Bahamut Shark to summon Lavirtue Dragon, so if your opponent does have Nib, you might get Nib there. But it's still worth it because you really want to unbrick that fortress. But if you have 3 armored spells in your deck, and then you summon that Virtue Dragon with Bahamut Shark, rank up into Fortress, and now it has 2 materials. But you have 1 armored trap card in your deck. You detach 2 materials. You detach 1 material. So now you only have 1 material attached to Armored Fortress. Then you can detach that material with Virtue Dragon, and then rank up the fortress. But now we got to look at this and this complicated math here. What does this mean? You drew 0 armored. The probability of that. You also have your base consistency. So the base consistency of a deck with 12 1-card combos is 85%. But what is your consistency of drawing 0 armored cards while you have your one of your 12 1-card combos? It's 58% if you have 3 armored spells and traps. It's 67% if you have 2. What's the probability of drawing exactly 1 of these, but with no Tachyon? Because if you drew Tachyon, you can unbrick yourself. So, we need the probability of drawing exactly 1 with no Tachyon. We also need it for 2 and 3. At 3, if you drew exactly 3 with no Tachyon, that's a brick for 3 armored. There's no way to unbrick that. And same thing with 2 armored, 0.6%. It's not much of a difference, it's very negligible. But this is where you can unbrick yourself. You'll have 1 armored trap in the deck, and you can send, or you won't have Tachyon to send it back into the deck. And so you'll have to summon Lavirtue Dragon. If you have 3 armored traps, then the probability of this event happening is 1.6%. If you have 2 armored spell and traps in your deck, the probability of this happening is 11.6%. So it's much higher. So there's a 11.6% chance that you're going to have to go into a Bahamut Shark to summon Lavirtue and unbrick yourself. So why would you choose 2 armored over 3? There's some advantage. The opponent's not always going to have Nibiru. Some people don't even play Nibiru. So that 11% seems high, but it doesn't mean you're going to get nibbed 11% of the time. It just means that you have a suboptimal board that could get nibbed. And that probability of getting nibbed might be very low if your opponent only has 1 or 0 nibs. The other reason why you might want to consider playing 2 armored cards is because you can substitute that 3rd armored card that you would have for other engine or non-engine cards. And this will allow you to gain a 12.5% chance of drawing the substitute. So instead of having a 3rd armored card, you have, let's say, a board breaker or a hand trap. Now you just added a 12.5% chance of having that hand trap. But you will also gain an additional 0.6% chance of bricking. So you have a 0.6% chance of hard bricking, and an additional 9.3% chance of doing hard combos that start with a Virtue and not Toad. So 11.6% chance versus 1.6% chance of having to go into Bahamut Lavirtue Dragon. So the risk will depend on your deck build, and if you think you might be running into Nib. If you think you're going to be running into Nib, you may want to have 3 armored cards instead of 2. Maybe your locals has a lot of players with Nibiru. So that's it for armored cards. What can we talk about next? Now we can go back to XZ Poseidon Splash. Like I suspect, I think XZ Poseidon Splash is going to clue us in on, or it hints that we might be getting a retrain for Abyss Splash, in the same way that XZ Revive Splash gave us a hint that we would be getting a retrain for number 32. So let's see. XZ Poseidon Splash, it's a normal trap, so it can be searched for by thrust. If you control an XZ monster that has an XZ monster as material, declare one monster attribute on the field. Destroy all monsters on the field with that attribute that are not equipped with an equipped spell. So if you target, if you declare a non-water, you can destroy all your monsters on your opponent's side of the field. But if you target water, then you can destroy your own Stealth Kraken. Why would you do that though? Well, the second effect allows you to banish this card, and you can activate this on the same turn. Banish it from the graveyard, then detach one material from a monster you control. Special summon one fish, sea serpent, or aqua from your graveyard to either field. So if you destroy your Stealth Kraken with the first effect, you can banish Poseidon Splash, detach a material from the Stealth Kraken spawn, and then special summon Stealth Kraken to your field, and now you have 2 more pops. You can only use one XZ Poseidon Splash effect per turn, and only once that turn. You can only use one effect per turn, and only once that turn. Okay, so that's something I didn't know. This is a only once, one effect per turn. I thought it was once per turn. So you can't do what I just said on the same turn. But one thing you can do is you can send this to the graveyard with Foolish Goods to special summon a fish, sea serpent, or aqua. It gives you a little bit of buffer going second if your opponent does destroy one of your fish or your cards, and then you can just banish this from the graveyard, special summon that card that they destroyed. Something you can also do is you can send, it's like a Monster Reborn, so you can send cards to the graveyard like Foolish Goods can send Ice Barrier to the graveyard, Ice Barrier can send Coelacanth to the graveyard, and then you can discard Poseidon Splash with Utopic Ray Lancer, and then special summon the Coelacanth. If you can somehow get a barrier statue into the graveyard, you can special summon it to your opponent's side of the field. But you would have to wait until they use their normal summon, because they can always just tribute that barrier statue with things like Dimensional Shifter or other level 5 or higher monsters. So you wait for them to use the normal summon, banish Poseidon Splash, special summon barrier statue from the graveyard to your opponent's side of the field. It really is an interesting card because it does open up a lot of new types of interactions. But the thing really holding it back, because it's not searchable, it's not really seeing a lot of plays right now. Daru, have you ever thought about White Howling? I included this to win against my branded friend. Now he doesn't want to duel me anymore. I have. I do like the card as a side card, because you only want to play it going first. If you play it going second, it can hurt you. So it doesn't see competitive play for that reason. But it's very useful going first. I really especially like it against things like Sky Strikers and against Purely. Since it's an XZ card, you can Foolish Goods it, and Dark Knight can add it back technically. That is true. You can add it back to the hand. You can also use XZ Force, a card that just sort of went unnoticed. XZ Force is like Foolish Barrel Goods. You can send one XZ card from your deck to the graveyard except XZ Force. If an Exe monster is on the field that has an Exe monster as material, you can add the Exe card to your hand instead. So you can use this to add Remora or send it to the graveyard, but you can also use it to send your Exe cards to the graveyard as well. Another effect this has is you can banish it from the graveyard, except the turn it was sent to the graveyard, detach one material from an Exe monster on either field, including your opponent's. Then if the detached material was an Exe monster, you can special summon that monster from your graveyard or your banishment in defense position. So it has a way to go plus that next turn. It is an interesting card. It's not seeing a lot of play right now because there's not a lot of Xyz that are really worth this card. Because it requires that you have an Exe on the field to actually add an Exe to your hand. So it's kind of restrictive. If this card will see play, it's because Konami releases some type of maybe retrain of Right Hand Shark. That's an Exe, like Exe Right Hand Shark. So it can special summon itself from the graveyard if you send it to the graveyard with Exe Force. In the same way that 7th Ascension got upgraded with 7 Tachyon. Before, no one would play 7th Ascension because all of its cards that you could search for it were very restrictive. All of them required an Exe on the field. But now that you can search Tachyon, you don't need an Exe on the field. You can search Tachyon. Tachyon searches Big Jaws, and then you can special summon Big Jaws. So, if Exe Force gets that same treatment, where Exe Force now allows you to special summon a fish, an Exe fish, then we might start seeing this card in our main deck. But for now, it looks like that's it. Do we have any more replays? Okay, we can do this one. XPS is also searchable by Generation Force. Also something to take note of. But double damage. Both Abyss Shark and Armored Fortress allow you to deal double damage. But does it stack? Abyss Shark lets you deal double damage if you attack with a number monster. Here the opponent has a monster with 0 attack, and we activated the effect Abyss Shark. So now we can deal double damage with Abyss Shark. But if we activate the Armored Exe spell, and then equip Armored Fortress to our number monster, are we going to be able to deal quadruple damage? We have 2500 attack. The armored spell changes the attack of the monster equipped to it to the monster that is equipped. So, quadruple damage would mean 10,000 attack. We go into the battle phase. We attack. And 5,000 damage. So Abyss Shark triggered, but not Exe Armor Fortress. That's because these effects do not stack. You might hear people saying it stacks, but it only stacks in Edo Pro. Edo Pro does have a bug that counts these cards as stacking. The official ruling is that these effects do not stack. But at least you can still attack again with your card if you activate the Armored Exe spell. So if we look at the ruling here, full turn was activated this turn. All battle damage players take from battles involving 2 monsters is doubled. If my Odd Eyes dragon attacks my opponent's monster, what happens to the damage? So they have 2 effects here that deal double damage, Odd Eyes, and full turn. In this scenario, the difference in attack between the 2500 attack Pendulum Dragon and 1800 attack Swamp Battle Guard is 700, which is doubled and inflicted as 1400 damage to your opponent. In this case, the effects of Action Magic, Full Turn, and Odd Eyes both double damage, but it is only doubled once. So the ruling says you can only double it once. Master Duel does use OCG rules, yes. Well, I'm not sure if they use all of them, but it's certainly a lot closer to OCG than it is Master Duel. So if you're interested in the spreadsheet, I have it here. Oh, whoops. That's not the link. There we go. Oh, it didn't post. I guess I can't share links. I'm not sure how to share it to you guys right now. Can I post it in the description? Let me see if I can do that. And then we can talk about Cutter Shark. So, YouTube Studio. Kate, are you saying thanks because the link worked, or? I'm not sure how to share it, but if you're already in the Shark Discord, you can go to the Shark Discord and go to the combo channel. So Discord repo Yu-Gi-Oh! If you search for Yu-Gi-Oh! Discord deck repository on Reddit, go to the most recent one, and then go down to Sharks. Click on Sharks, and it will open up a link to the Shark Discord. Go to the combo section. The combo channel will have a link to the combo sheet. Copy and paste it and send it here on chat. I did copy and paste, but it only pastes the title. I'm not sure how to fix that. Let's see, settings. Can I add a description to my YouTube channel? Stream, output, general. When I'm in a pinch, I have to ask my friend. I have to call a friend. How do I frame this question? How to add a link in the description of my Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, sorry, my YouTube channel using OBS. No, I know how to control V, but the problem with that is when I control V onto the chat, it only posts it. It only posts the title. It doesn't post the link itself. Let me try again, actually. But this time, I won't copy it as a link because it's transforming the link into a title rather than a link when I post it here. I'll add the M, paste. There we go. It worked. So I didn't need ChatGPT for this. +1 to humanity. We won. We didn't need ChatGPT for this. But I will admit, I use ChatGPT a lot for a lot of things every day. Now it works. Okay. So if you have any questions at all about the combo sheet, just ask me. You can send replays to me on Discord if you'd like. If you want to add a combo to this, if you think you have better combos or you just want to share or show off a unique combo that no one thought of, add it. I'll post it here. I'll credit to you if you'd like credit, and I'll do the work of adding what cards you used in your combo. Let's go to Cutter Shark. Cutter Shark is a level 5 water. Doesn't tell me what pack it's in, but it's not coming in the same pack as the other shark cards. It's coming in some kind of anime pack, maybe Anime Chronicles. When one monster you control and no other cards is targeted for an attack, or with a card effect, and this card is in your graveyard or hand, quick effect, you can tribute that monster, special summon this card. So this effect allows you to dodge Imperm. Your opponent targets your Aryan posts, you trigger Cutter Shark. In response, tribute your Aryan posts, and now your Aryan post can resolve. But would you want to do this? With Aryan posts, because this is a level 5, you don't really want that, because the level 5 doesn't really do anything for you. But then again, Aryan post does summon a level 6 already with Sykes. So you could synchro summon with Sykes on your opponent's turn. Another thing this card can do is if your opponent is destroying your monster in battle and they're going for lethal, they have some monster that does 10,000 attack or 10,000 damage in one attack. You can tribute your own monster that's in attack position and summon this in defense position, and you dodged it. But is that good enough? I mean, the reason why this card was probably added to the game at all was because, one, the anime, this is an anime card, but two, it gives Ice Barrier another trap card. If you set Ice Barrier on the field and your opponent attacks it, you can banish Ice Barrier from the graveyard, add Cutter Shark to your hand, and now you have a second disruption during that battle phase. So that's one advantage that this card has. It's not terribly good, but it does allow you to, one, dodge a monster that you just negated with Ice Barrier, and then another card, you can dodge that one from being damaged in attack position. In order for this effect to be quite useful, though, is you would have to be in a meta where the battle phase matters, and the battle phase has some type of monster that just does a whole lot of damage, and so you can summon this monster to protect you from that damage. So another effect. After this card activates its effect and is now special summoned, you can activate this effect. Or you don't actually have to activate it in special summon to activate the next effect. It just has to be special summoned. You can add one water monster from your graveyard to your hand during the end phase of this turn. except Cutter Shark, and you can only use each effect of Cutter Shark once per turn. So, that second effect allows Cutter Shark to replace itself. So in the situation in which I described, the first turn, or after the battle is over, you summon, or your Ice Barrier activates, you add Cutter Shark, you special summon Cutter Shark, and then you can add a water monster from your graveyard to your hand, giving you follow-up play. So in the past, if you had Ice Barrier on the field and your opponent attacked, then you'd have to rely on getting Ice Barrier to give you a follow-up play. But now, Cutter Shark allows you to get follow-up play from the graveyard that's potentially not a level 5 or higher water. You could add Buzzsaw Shark or Big Jaws from the graveyard to your hand for following turns. But will it see play? I think it will still depend on the meta, but mostly no, because it is a battle trap. ChatGPT scares me. I don't think it should scare you. I think it should give you a lot of hope for the future. I'm very optimistic. Animation Chronicles. Yes, Animation Chronicles is the pack that this card will be released. On a side note, is Ice Barrier new support capable of running the Ice Shade package? The Ice Barrier cards coming in TCG just now? Yes, they will be playing Ice Shades for sure. If we look at what Ice Barriers are playing in OCG, OCG here. We see they're playing 3 Ice Shade Ron and 1 Ice Shade Jameer. They're not playing other Ice Shades. You don't really need the other Ice Shades. You just need Ron to summon your level 10 Synchros. You're unlikely to see people playing other Ice Shades in this pack, or in this archetype. They're not really needed. Feels like Cutter is best to resolve Bahamut and get Toad on the field. That's an interesting take. You can tribute Bahamut, dodge an Imperm Veiler, and then successfully summon Toad. But in that situation, would it be better to have Cutter Shark or Crossout? Because Crossout also lets you dodge other effects like Droll and Lock, Ash Blossom, Nib. So it's competing for that. So I think in terms of, if you're looking at this card as a going first card, I think that's a mistake, because I don't think it's going to be used in that way. You would prefer things like Called by the Grave and Crossout going first, because it helps you with more cards than just targeting. It's more like an Ice Barrier card, giving Ice Barrier an extra push to help you survive that first turn. At least that's how I view it. There could be more things about this card that will make it better going first, but it is an anime card, so I wouldn't get your hopes up. Feels like Cutter is best to resolve Bahamut. Oh, I read that. I was hoping for ninja support in the anime pack. Like Winged Dragon of Ra, for example, likes to go for lethal. Yes, like Winged Dragon of Ra. Cutter might be a one-of, and sharks like Keith and Ghoti. I think if you play that card as a one-of, you'll get a lot of people telling you not to play it. But I do think it still competes a lot with Crossout and Called By, so you're probably not going to see people play it. At least competitive players play it. But things could change if meta changes. Every card can be good or bad, depending on the context, depending on the meta. You just never know. You know, something I like to say is you can't really judge a book by its cover. Never judge a fish by its scales. And a water monster's true nature isn't seen above the waves. Just don't know what's down below. To be honest, I hate Master Duel as a format. SP Little Knight plus Omni Negates plus Maxi is zero fun. Meanwhile, Toad is banned. Seriously thinking about quitting the game. One thing I would recommend then is to play a deck that doesn't care about Maxi. With Sharks, it is a trouble. It is very troublesome. Sharks without Toad in a meta where Maxi is viable. One thing you do have to do, I would suggest main decking Baguska. If you're playing Sharks in Master Duel, by having Baguska on the field, it gives you a small out to Maxi. And there is hope in the future. With the release of Malchummy, a level 4 Aqua hand trap, that's basically a sign that we might see Maxi getting banned in the future. If you control no cards, you can discard this card and apply these effects for the rest of the turn. It's a lingering effect. Each time your opponent normal or special summons a monster from the hand, immediately draw one card. So it's like a less powerful Maxi. And during the end phase, if you control more cards in your hand than the number of cards your opponent controls plus 6, shuffle random cards from your hand into the deck equal to the difference. So it limits how many cards you can add. You can't just add half your deck to your hand. You're going to have a limit to that. Although you can activate hand traps from your hand that you draw into, just so you can get a little bit more that you can draw into. So that's one thing that is advantageous for this. And you can only activate the effects of Malchummy once per turn you activate this effect. Because this is a level 4 Aqua, you can search this card with Tachyon. We can talk about Tachyon. It's very hard to imagine why Konami would leave Maxi and Malchummy and Master Duel together. It's very hard to do that. That would just be insane. A lot of people would probably just lose their minds. I don't think they're going to let that happen. And yes, against Floandries, yes, it's going to be good. So, 7 Tachyon. Reveal one number XZ monster in your extra deck that has a number monster between 101 and 107 in its name. Add one monster with the same type and or attribute as the revealed monster and a level equal to its rank. So you can reveal a number 101, and add a monster equal to its rank as a level. So we can add a level 4 monster because this is a rank 4. And it has to have the same attribute or type. So you can add an Aqua or you can add a water monster as long as they're level 4. Malchummy, a level 4. Aqua, we can add it to our hand. Searchable trap card. And after you add that card to your hand, you will have to place one card from your hand on top of your deck. So this card unbricks our armored spell and traps. It unbricks Ice Barrier if you happen to draw it. For the rest of this turn, after this card resolves, you cannot special summon from the extra deck except XZ monsters. So this is made for XZ decks. They don't care about their player ace, they only care about their money. Co-Money cares about the money for sure. But I do think they will have to ban Maxi. Chummy is somehow far more fair. With Roach banned, it would be the best going second card. Maybe, but the problem is because it has that restriction that you can only add cards if you special summon, if your opponent special summons. It's not as broken as Maxi, and there's a lot of decks that don't summon from the hand. So I don't think it would be that crazy as Roach, but it also means it probably wouldn't be the best hand trap either. Even in paper, people are thinking about just side decking it, whereas with Maxi you would main deck it. Unfortunately, Purlia can't be used if you control cards, so the only reason to search it off Tachyon is if you're passing turn. That's true. You can't control cards. If you were going second, you can add it to your hand and activate it while you control no cards. But you'd have to do that against a deck that likes to play on your turn, that likes to summon from the hand. Maybe there might be a new archetype that likes to do that. Maybe there's an archetype that already does that. I don't know. But the other thing is Malchummy is a sign that we're getting more of these. More chummy archetypes that are all hand traps. Because at the end it says you can only activate the effects of other Malchummy monsters, and this is the only Malchummy we have so far. So this hints at the fact that we are getting more Malchummy. Hopefully more Aqua Water, so then we can add some Malchummies to our hand with Tachyon that are actually useful for us on our opening turn. Have you considered using 7th Rum to summon C101, suck twice, summon Barry and Hope, then Zeus? You search Rum. Yes, actually, I have thought about that. I have a deck list with that. I can show you. We'll get to it. But I want to talk about 7th Tachyon. So if you have C101 in your extra deck, you can add a Bishark to your hand. Most people are not doing that. We don't really need to search a Bishark. Big Jaws does that just fine. So you really only need 101 in your extra deck. You don't need 101 Chaos Monster. And with 7 Tachyon, it also means 7th Ascension is now also a 1-card combo. Both of these cards are 1-card combos. If we go to our core, here I posted the core for Sharks nowadays. Sharks post ROTA, post Rage of the Abyss. So the Sharks core is much smaller than it used to be. In the past, we used to have at least 25 fish and ways to search the fish. Sometimes even going up to 30. Now we can shrink it down to this. You have 3 Bishark, 3 Buzzsaw, 3 Big Jaws, and 1 Drake, 1 Remora. You don't need 2 Remoras. My combo that I showed earlier had 2 Remoras because I like to summon Dweller on my opening turn. That was just one type of deck that you could do. That's a reason why you would want 2 Remoras. But in most cases, you would only want 1 Remora. It's searchable by all of these cards. Big Jaws, Buzzsaw, and a Bishark all search Remora, and then you have all 6 of these cards also search all these cards. So you don't really need more than 1 Remora. You have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 soft copies of Remora. So you just need 1 Remora. You only need 1 Shark Drake because you can shuffle it back into the deck with 7 Tachyon. So you don't need more than 1. With 7th Ascension and 7 Tachyon, that's 6 cards that have a way to place a card on top of the deck. So it's like about 57% chance of drawing one of these cards to place a card on top of your deck. So that means a 57% chance if you draw one of these cards that you don't, if you draw a card you don't want, you can place it on top of your deck. Talking more about the core. So with 7th Ascension as a 1-card combo that searches Big Jaws, 7th Ascension, 7 Tachyon, Big Jaws, and Buzzsaw Shark are all 1-card starters. That's 12 1-card starters, which is a 85% chance of drawing it. So that's why you only need this small package. If we look at our hypergeometric distribution calculator, we can see if you have 12 1-card combos in a 40-card size deck, which means you have 12 other combos in your deck, or 12 other cards I mean, then that's an 85% chance. 85% chance of starting one of your cards into a 1-card combo. Okay, so, but the probability of this entire deck core is also increased by Abyss Shark. Abyss Shark needs a water monster on the field, so it doesn't increase by that much, only by like 3%. So it's up to about 88% with just this. So what you can do if you want to increase the consistency of this deck by just a little bit, just add like a few cards, maybe 3, to increase it to that 93 to 95% sweet spot, maybe 4, and then fill the rest of the deck with non-engine like hand traps. That's really all you need. You don't need to go crazy with your engine. You don't need to add like 5 to 10 more fish. Make space for non-engine. Oh, I should go back to that actually. Because we have 2 armored spell and traps in this deck, that's like the core. You can imagine having the 3rd in the side deck, or just not at all. You don't really need armored Exe spell as much anymore. So, you know, having a 3rd is not core. This is core here. If you want to run a 3rd, you have to have a good reason. Like I mentioned before, if you're running into Nibiru a lot, that might be one reason why you want to add the 3rd, because it increases the probability of you not breaking on Fortress, and so you can safely go into Toad. Let's see, what else can I talk about? So this is a core for, the extra deck is a core for a Utopic Draco deck, but we're going to show my deck instead. Like, what did I do with my core? Let's... Core. Paste. So the combo sheet has a lot of combos that all use this deck list. Now this is my deck. It takes the core and then adds a few cards on top. I add 3 Foolish Burl Goods because it triggers Abyss Shark, it triggers Big Jaws. You banish Ice Barrier from the graveyard, add Abyss Shark to your hand, special summon Abyss Shark, and then special summon Big Jaws. And I am running 2 Remoras because I want to summon Dweller on my opening turn. And sometimes I have Crystal Shark, because sometimes you need another shark to search with Big Jaws on your final combo. Now this isn't really something I would recommend competitively, because there is things about this deck that are usually not something you want to play competitively. Like the fact that I'm running XD Poseidon Splash. That might be too much because of Ice Barrier, XD Poseidon Splash. Like, these cards are not good going second. so you may not want to run these. You may want more hand traps. But this is just the direction I went. This is a more casual playstyle for me. I like running Thrust in my main deck because, it triggers Big Jaws. I like cards that trigger Big Jaws. Talent also triggers Big Jaws. I always want Big Jaws to special summon. And part of the reason why I have Poseidon Splash is because I like the card. I choose cards based off of what I think I will have the most fun with, not necessarily that I think will be the most competitive. So for me, this is a fun deck. Have you considered, I hope the water area will last as long as the fire one. My Ghoti goat. What's your opinion on Lifeless and Princess? So, as you can see from these two decks that I've shown, there is no Lifeless Leafish. Lifeless Leafish is no longer relevant to Sharks. It was always a bad, suboptimal combo starter because all you could usually do with it is get Crystal Shark into the graveyard and then go into a number monster. You couldn't go into your Bahamut Shark lines. So it was a huge problem. And so at the time, because of that, because we needed Lifeless Leafish, because we didn't have any other alternative normal summon, we had to run Dagaris. Because in order for Lifeless Leafish to do more than just Kragan Pass, because Crystal Shark plus Lifeless Leafish only can make a number rank 4 monster, you had to go into Kragan. But you had another option. You can go into Dagaris, use Dagaris to draw 2 cards, and hopefully draw into Remora or Abyss Shark. So because we're not playing Lifeless Leafish anymore, we don't need to run Dagaris. Dagaris was not that great for us anyway because Dagaris prevented us from drawing the following turn. And it's also not a water monster. We don't want non-water monsters in our deck. So we don't need Dagaris because we don't need Lifeless Leafish. And we don't need Lifeless Leafish because now we have 12 one-card combos that do everything better than Lifeless Leafish does. So if you see people still running Dagaris, it's because they're still thinking in the frame of mind of what we used to be able to do or what we've done in the past, because we were stuck on Lifeless Leafish. But because we don't have Lifeless Leafish, you don't need Dagaris anymore. And what about Princess? Princess was, again, another card that was bad for us because it hurts when you get negated by Ash. But because of our consistency with our core cards is now 85% with our 12 one-card combos, and you don't really need more than that. You only need a few cards extra on top of that. You don't need Princess anymore. Princess is not relevant to Sharks anymore, which is a good thing. We've always wanted a Ready Fusion replacement as well. Big Jaws is a replacement for so many things. It drops Lifeless Leafish, it drops Tuna, it drops Dagaris, it drops Ready Fusion, and it drops Shathana. The reason for this is because in the past we had 3 Shathana, 3 Ready Fusion, but because we have 3 Tachyon, 3 Ascension, which are all basically Ready Fusions, you don't need Shathana and Ready Fusion anymore. You can swap those out for the 7th spells, and they do basically the same thing. And if you want more extenders, I would recommend Foolish Goods or Nettle or something else that doesn't take up the extra deck space, because you don't really want your extra deck space to be taken. Rare Fish was always a hindrance for us. We always wanted a replacement. Big Jaws was that replacement. Big Jaws is Ready Fusion plus a 1-card combo. It's a shame Big Jaws isn't good in Master Duel as it attacks. It's Banish, which is its only effect. Yes, this is a different Big Jaws. I planned on running 2 Nettle for extra deck recursion. Yes, I think Nettle is a good substitute for Ready Fusion now that we don't need Ready Fusion. We don't need the extra deck. And Ready Fusion isn't that much better than Nettle nowadays. I'll show you why. If we look at this spreadsheet, well, Actually, I want to go back to the better spreadsheet because this one looks prettier. Can you still see that? Okay. So what happens if you get Impermed or Ash Blossom on Buzzsaw or Big Jaws? These are our 1-card starters. If they get Ashed or Impermed and you have Tachyon in the hand, you can still summon 4 XZs. So Tachyon searches Big Jaws, and then you summon Big Jaws because Tachyon is a spell. You search for a Bishark, and then a Bishark adds Remora to the hand. Then with the negated Buzzsaw and Big Jaws, you go into Bahamut, summon Toad, rank into Fortress, go into Dark Knight, detach 2 materials, and now you have 4 fish on the field with a Bishark. So that's 4 XZs. So negated Buzzsaw with Tachyon in the hand, that's 4 XZs. Negated Buzzsaw plus, let's say, Ready Fusion. What are you going to do? You're not going to go into 4 XZs, you're only going to go into DKL and Toad. So Ready Fusion is not optimal. Tachyon is just a way better Ready Fusion because it gets you to your combo. Ready Fusion doesn't. Ready Fusion just gets you to DKL and Toad. Dark Knight Lancer and Toad. Same with Ascension because it searches Tachyon. And Foolish Goods. Foolish Goods, if you have a negated Buzzsaw, you activate Foolish Goods, search for a Bishark. A Bishark searches Big Jaws, and because you activated a spell that turn, you can special summon Big Jaws. So it's the same combo as Tachyon in 7th Ascension. That's why it's good, because you can get 4 XZs off a negated Buzzsaw. Same thing with a Bishark. If you have a Bishark in your hand, you have a negated Buzzsaw. If you have a Bishark with a spell and you activated a spell that turn, then you can go into 4 XZs. These are going to be your best extenders. You don't want these other extenders that much. You don't want too many of them. You can have like 1 or 2, 3 maybe, but you don't want to fill your deck with these because they are suboptimal compared to what we already have now. These get you to 4 XZs, these get you to just 2. Crystal Shark only gets you to Kragan, so it's not that great. I use Crystal Shark in my fun deck, but I wouldn't really recommend it competitively. So, what do you think of not using level 5 sharks on Shark deck? Because I seem to brick every time when I use the level 5 sharks. A Bishark can go into Bahamut Shark if you search Big Jaws, and Big Jaws can then Eggsy summon into Bahamut Shark with Buzzsaw Shark. If you guys want me to show you that combo, I can go onto Dueling Book. Do you think running extenders is worth it? I hope what I explained made it clear that extenders are going to be worth it, but you don't want to go overboard. You only want a few because your combo or your consistency is already 85% with just the core cards I showed earlier. So you don't need to go crazy. I'm thirsty and parched, so my throat is really dry, so I'm going to be cracking up, stuttering a little bit. Okay, so the core. This is an 85% consistency, 88 when you include a Bishark. You don't need that many more extenders over this. This is very consistent already. If you want to go a little bit above, just to reach closer to that 95% sweet spot, then you can do that. But you don't want to like fill the rest of your deck with a bunch of extenders. I'd say 3 to 5. But yeah, you don't want to go too crazy. No, a Bishark only count as level 4 when you exi summon a number. I know this, but what I was saying earlier is that when you make Bahamut, it's because you searched a level 4 with a Bishark, and then Big Jaws plus Buzzsaw made Bahamut, not a Bishark. Where's Dueling Book? Okay. So let's go into the room with our deck. We're going to go in solo mode. So let's say we normal summon the Buzzsaw, and then he gets impermed. Okay, we activated Buzzsaw. The opponent declares imperm, targets the Buzzsaw, negates the Buzzsaw. What are we going to do? Activate Foolish Goods. Send Ice Barrier to the graveyard. Banish it. Send a Bishark to the graveyard. Add it to our hand. Activate that Abyss Shark, special summon the Abyss Shark. And we're going to add Big Jaws to the hand. Because we activated a spell, we can special summon our Big Jaws. Declare the effect of Abyss Shark, or Servicing Jaws, to add a shark to our hand. So here, we can't add Exi or more because it's not a shark. And we don't want to summon Drake Shark, because if you do, you're not going to get to Toad on the 5th summon. So that's why I have Crystal Shark in my deck. But you could also just add... Yeah, that's it. So now we can go into Bahamut Shark, using our Buzzsaw and Surfacing Jaws. So that's what I mean by Buzzsaw. And Big Jaws going into Bahamut. I did not mean Abyss Shark. I don't know if it's because my throat's dry. You're probably hearing Abyss Shark and not Buzzsaw. So you can special summon our Toad. Go into Fortress. Detach 2 materials. Add Unveil and Full Armored Exi. We'll special summon the Crystal Shark. And from here you can go into either Dark Knight. Oh, don't go into Dark Knight. Set him. On its opponent's turn, you flip over the Full Armored, go into Dark Knight. And there you go. So, it only works for me. I love Crystal Shark. I feel like the best artwork doesn't make the cut. It can make the cut. Don't know why it's sent twice. I don't know why either. No, Abyss Shark only counts as level 4 when you exi summon a number. Yes, I know this. I was thinking of Aqua Statue and Aqua Jet Surface to stop Nib. And Waterlock opponents. You can do Berry Statue. People are playing around with Berry Statue now that you can search it. I should write a little caveat there that with Abyss Shark, because you're using Abyss Shark to search Drake Shark, and Drake cannot search Remora, you're actually only ending on 3 XZs, but 4 if you do the URL line. So it's mostly 3 XZs to 4 XZs. 3 XZs to 4 XZs. What if we do Big Jaws instead? So this is going to the extra deck, that's going to the extra deck, that's going into the extra deck. So we have a Bishark in the hand. We normal summon Big Jaws. Declare its effect on normal summon. The opponent imperms us, so we're negated. We activate a Bishark. Activate a Bishark. And go for Drake Shark. That would give us to Bahamut Toad, which isn't ideal. But if we searched a Bishark with Foolish Barrel of Goods, or we activated a spell that turn and special summoned Big Jaws, then we didn't really use our normal summon here. So instead of searching for Drake Shark, we would search for Buzzsaw. Now there's a disadvantage of doing this, because if you normal summon Buzzsaw and target the surfacing Big Jaws, to then special summon our Eggsy Remora from the deck so we can do our bigger combos, you're susceptible to getting nibbed here. But there is a caveat as well. Your opponent doesn't have nib if they already have imperm. The probability of drawing 2 hand traps is going to be smaller than drawing 1. So we're going to overlay. Oh, it's frozen. Okay. Activate Bahamut, detach that Remora to then special summon our Toad. Or La Virtue. At this point it doesn't matter because you're already on your 6th summon if you do this combo. Then you can overlay that Bahamut into Crystal Zero. Go into Stealth Kragan with Surfacing Big Jaws and our Abyss Shark. It's a bit slow right now. And then we overlay our Crystal Zero. Activate our Dark Knight. Add Remora to the hand. Then we can detach 2 materials. One from our Kragan. The Big Jaws is going to go into the graveyard. And do we have another one? Okay. Fortress would have detached that Buzzsaw, so it's already in the graveyard. And now we can detach... that's going in the graveyard too. So we're going to pretend that this had Fortress on it, and we detached Fortress. I don't know why I skipped into Crystal Zero instead of going into Fortress. Oh. I haven't had enough to drink today, so... okay, now we're going to special summon Remora. Special summon 2 fish from the graveyard. And that gets us to our 4 Xyzs. So a negated Big Jaws, if it doesn't use the normal summon to summon that Big Jaws, and if you have a Bishark in the hand, you can still end on 4 Xyzs. Here you have the option to go into number C32 because we do have 3 fish on the field. So, a Bishark with Buzzsaw, if a Buzzsaw is negated, ends on 3 to 4 Xyzs, but with Big Jaws, you end on 4 Xyzs, but it doesn't play through nib. So there are disadvantages. Let's see. Daru, I'm very curious to know, what are you doing for a living? Educational background. Not sure if I want to get that personal. And I have some college background. It's kind of sad that in OCG there isn't a Speller Trap negate and your board gets Raigeki'd, and hence why my friend is using Astral Hope and search counter traps that negate it. Yes, without Toad, OCG is hurting. If you look at the tops for tournaments compared to OCG and TCG, there have been a few tops for Sharks, even despite not having this support that makes it way better, and we don't really have that many one-card combos. But in OCG, there's been virtually no tops. I looked here on Master Duel. Abyss Shark. Oh, Abyss Shark's not a good one. Buzzsaw. We have here one legendary Duels from the Deep. That's not even a tournament top. It's just the pack that Buzzsaw came in on June 2022. So no tops, but we have a few here. First, third, and top 32. And these were from this year and one from last year. So yeah, it's a bummer. Imagine a water player doesn't drink water. I know. I don't drink enough water. But I don't drink anything else really either. I don't drink soda or anything. Just almond milk and water. But yeah, I'm pretty neglectful when it comes to water, so my lips dry a lot. I don't know if there's anything else more to say. I might do a few replays and then cut the stream. I covered a large share of this spreadsheet. Virtue stream, maybe. There's a few combos I haven't done on this, like the ones with Remora. Haven't finished those yet. Let's see. Virtue stream. Did I have anything more to say about that? Yeah, I have nothing else more to say about that. Yeah, I guess we can just go play some Master Duel replays. So let's open up the Master Duel. Full screen. And we're playing Ghoti, so Schiff is going to join us in the chat. Ghoti. I haven't played Ghoti in a while. Definitely my favorite is turn 0 Ghoti, but it's not that great. This is the deck list I used to get to master the last time. Not much has changed. Shifter is still relevant. There's not as many labs in the ranked ladder anymore, so Nib might actually be okay to still run at 3. I don't think I would change anything. Everything seems good. So we're going to go ahead and run this one. Actually, we'll play some ranked. I am hoping to play some more Yuumi Horus, maybe next time on the next stream. So for now we'll play some Ghoti. Where is my Ghoti deck? Deru. I don't know, we might get Spell Trap Negate in the Rage of the Abyss, or in the future, I mean, hopefully we do. I think it's possible. I definitely know that we're getting more water support, but it does look like they're moving away from Spell and Traps. They banned Baron, they banned Savage Dragon. Do they really want more Spell and Trap Negates? Well, to be fair, most OCD Shark decks are more of a Waterlock XZ. That's true. We're going first. We won the coin flip. And I'm here for this too. Sharks is out of the picture. And now we're on some fish. And we drew Shifter. This is a good hand, I guess. We can go for tuna. Cross out anything. I am going to shotgun Shifter here. I don't want to do it on the opponent's turn. So, but now I don't have Snopios. So, it doesn't really matter what I go for here. Well, if they negate Leaf Fish, then it would matter. So I'm going for Shift. I don't want them to negate Leaf Fish. Summon Rare Fish. Now we can go into Airing Post. On summon, we banish a fish from the deck. We will banish the Pasties. And pass our turn. So the opponent's still here. So maybe they're not playing a graveyard-centric deck. What are you playing? Some of the Pasties. Some of the Shift. Thanks, Renee. I appreciate it. I really like your name. Renee Klaus. Klaus. I can't say that. Renee Klaus. Set one in the back row. What are you doing? Altergeist. Oh no, that's Firewall. Okay, well, they can't send it to the graveyard. We're good. Salamangreat. So we could have did a little bit of removal earlier, but we're not going to do that. We want them to summon some monsters, just so we can trigger our nib. Link monsters don't really have a good negate, and they like to spam the field, which is fine by me. So what are you going to do now? Link into another monster. What is this one? Going for Decode Talker. Going to draw a card. Hopefully to get something that can help them in this match that they know they are at a huge disadvantage of. Sets another card. Okay, so we're just going to summon one monster. We don't have to go into our Bicorn Ghoti. So we're going into Whale and destroy their attack position monster. And they're going to scoop. It's a German first name, which apparently is my last name. And it got me bullied in school a lot. What? That's a really cool name, though. I don't know why anyone would bully you for that. Beyond? No beyond. We didn't need to go beyond yet. You don't want to go on to beyond yet unless you think you have to. In that situation, they don't have negate, so we can trigger it whenever we want. The later usually the better, so you can remove as many cards as possible. So now we're going to search for an opponent. We're in Plat 3. I didn't really play last time. I usually get to Master 5 and reset, but let's see, go first. I usually get to Master 5 before resetting, before the reset. Okay, not a great hand. This can play through one disruption, so we'll hope that it's the only disruption they have. And Perma Ash on Leaf Fish. Do it. Oh, they don't have one, so that's good news for us. Summon the Abyss Shark. Add Silent Angler. We can play it safe, or we can take a risk. If they had Ash Blossom, they would have used it. Any combo we get or use to get into Aryan Post will get nibbed anyway. So I'm gonna go for Abyss Keeper. Special summon my Tuna. Tuna summons Pisces. Then I will summon the Silent Angler. Pisces and our Silent Angler will special summon into Aryan Post. Activate the effect of Aryan Post to banish Snopios. Snopios will banish Pisces from the graveyard. Then we'll banish Shift from the graveyard. Some people make the mistake of only trying to banish the Shift and the Pisces when you have a hand that can also get you to Snopios. You'd rather have all three because that gets you to double Deep Beyond. Unfortunately, getting to double Deep Beyond right now is a 3-card combo, but once we get Sykes and Keith, it becomes a 2-card combo, with some 1-card combos if you use non-engine like Super Heavy Samurai. Can we see some Horus Yumi later? That deck looked really cool. Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, we can probably do a few. Let's see. I love the iconic and the opponent scoops from your videos. Diru, it's 5 a.m. 5 a.m. for you. I tend to stop in Plat as not good enough for Diamond, but that's okay as I know my limitations. Plat's a good place. It's not too grueling. We got a Horus player here. What is that? What is that? No, Maduro. Don't like that one. He's gonna stop me from searching my Zep. Okay then. I don't know if I want to banish that. It will prevent him from summoning his monster from the graveyard, which he will summon right now. So if I try to remove it now, that's going to be a problem. But he could already have a Horus spell, another Horus in his hand somewhere. Maybe the field spell? I don't know if he's playing that deck. I don't know which deck plays Horus with Maduro. Probably Tier Elements, right? He is probably playing a tier deck. How much do I care about negating this card right now? If I activate it now, he could have Talents. He could have Thrust. I'm going to let it slide. Take that chance. I have a way to combo into double Deepion, assuming the opponent doesn't do Maduro. So I'm willing to take a risk right now. Do what you gotta do, man. Send one card from your hand to the graveyard. Send one Horus to the graveyard. Okay, you can draw a card. Yeah, it's definitely Tier Element Horus. Tier Elements, if I go into an 8, it would be White Aura Whale, and because he could go into a rank 8 that can negate monster effects. Do I want him to do that? I hope he doesn't have Rika, because that would be a bummer. But I really don't care about the monster negate, because I have Schiff on the field too. So I'm going to let it slide. Also need one Happy. Oh, he wants me to. Okay then, fine. You want me to trigger this? I will. I bet he has. Oh yeah, it doesn't. This has card destruction effect. Nice catch. I already fell for that last time. I would have fallen for it again. So looks like I have no choice. I'm gonna have to banish the entire field, and he's going to shuffle my Aryan Post into the deck, and then I'm not gonna have anything to do except hopefully Snopios. Well, actually I shouldn't have activated that. If a card you control leaves the field while this card is in your monster zone, you can send one card on the field to the graveyard. Yeah, that one can trigger. I don't care about the other one triggering. But it's not targeting, is it? Oh, he let it slide. He let me have my Zep. What? Why did you do that? The less my eyes see tier, the better my mental health is. I don't want to be a hater, but it's such a pain. Tier elements is not so bad. Not so much anymore. I have a funny replay where I send tier limit player back to Duel Links using Stealth Kragen. That's a very interesting card to send them back to Duel Links with. Oh no. He's got Shadow Beast in the graveyard. I don't like that. So if this person wants to, they could lock me out of special summoning. Nothing I can do. Do it. Okay. He's gonna go for Kid Kalos. Okay then. Kid Kalos in defense. Interesting. But what can you do if I banish your field right now? If you send tier cash, I'm banishing your field. Yep, I'm banishing your field. Actually, I still have Shift on the field. I don't have to get crazy. I don't have to summon Deep Beyond. Summon the Zep. Chain Aryan Post. Aryan Post, or sorry, Ascan. Ascan banishes Paces. And then we'll activate you. I want to target myself. Oh, I made a misplay. If I targeted him, then I wouldn't have to go into Deep Beyond. That was the original intent, but oh, whatever. So, we're just gonna summon Deep Beyond here. Oh, look at you. That's not gonna stop Deep Beyond. That's just gonna banish his own snow. He just banished his own cards for no reason. Fine by me. I'm gonna end this man's whole career. Because if I banish his field, I don't think he's gonna come back from that. He already used his normal summon. Kid Kalos is gone. Horus is gone. What is he gonna do? Runic is the deck I like the most. Dislike the most. I see one, I just scoop as it bores me. There are valid reasons for why you might not like Runic. I play Ghoti, so I don't mind if they play Runic. I love it when they play Runic. So because of the way chains work, they will have to activate their effect first. It's not going to stop Deep Beyond. Now I can chain my Deep Beyond. Bye-bye. Activate Snopios. Banish you. Add Snowpiercer to the hand. And the opponent will scoop. Ghoti versus Tyr. Ghoti for the win. Rather be OTK'd than face Runic, as OTK is usually over quickly. I basically killed them with Kragan burn damage, soft once per turn, because their Tyr player used transaction rollback. Yes, I love it when they kill themselves with burn while I summon my Kragan and burn them some more. So, Yuumi Horus. I play Yuumi Horus a little bit differently. I still use Atlanteans. I know Pacifist doesn't want me to use that, but I still will. Sorry. And because I'm using Atlanteans, I'm also using Atlantean Dragoons. There are so many cases in which I draw Dragoons and I'm able to discard it, search Kairyu-Shin, so I'm going plus off of Ron rather than neg. I love that. So this one's a little unconventional because I'm not really using any board breakers, only a few. It's just all gas. I'm trying to get Kairyu-Shin on the field as often as possible, and it did work out for me. I'm +8 with this deck so far, so let's go. A win against Tyr with Ghoti is always beautiful. It's very hard for them to come back from that when you banish the entire field with Deep Beyond. So we won the coin flip. We're going first, and the opponent is about to taste a tsunami. Yeah. If we had a better hand. Sadly, we don't have access to Kairyu-Shin. But we can still do something. Right? No? Guess we can't. This is looking really bad for us. So I can do this, I guess. Do I want to go into SP? I don't want to go into SP right now. I'd rather negate, have two bodies on the field, make it a little harder for the opponent to break my board. Or break my board and OTK me. I am going to banish Jellyfish at the end of the turn, and hopefully on the following turn, when I get my Jellyfish back, I draw into a Kairyu-Shin and we're gaming, but doesn't look good. So activate Yuumi. We'll negate monster or spell, and then we're going to banish our Jellyfish sometime during this turn if we need to. So Raid Raptors, okay, not looking good. I really don't know how this deck works completely, so I'm just going to go to negate the normal summon. That's always a safe bet. Negating the normal summon. Making me want to craft those shins. Well, now you don't have to craft Shin. It has a secret pack. Yuumi Control Secret Pack. My strongest deck in Master Duel is Atlantean Mermails plus Small Cash Engine. Rip 2 cards plus 2 Omni plus Shen Floodgate. Yes. I love that combo. Atlantean Mermails actually has a very high probability of getting more supports in the ROTA Rage of the Abyss pack with all the new shark coming. In the previous Abyss packs from years and years ago, we got shark support with Atlantean mermaids. So, are we getting more this time? I hope so. I really, really hope so. What does that say? Target one monster you control, destroy it. And if it was face up, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the attack that had on the field. Hopefully they destroy jellyfish and they don't put any negates on the field, so I can bring jellyfish back with anemone on the following turn. They only have 2 cards in their hand. What are they going to do? Wow. That's it. Okay. Looking good for me then, I guess. Hopefully we draw something. That's good. So, activate King Sarcophagus. Let me think about this. We can summon Little Knight, or we can go into Zelantis. I'm gonna go for Little Knight, maybe? Who knows? No. Well. Little Knight is a disruption on their turn, so it's better that I don't go for Zelantis or anything else. I don't have anything else, so... What does this say? Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Wait a minute. I don't have to do this. Can send 1 card to the graveyard if you attack. That's what the spell does. So, I can do more damage that way. Can I do enough damage for OTK? Why do you need Little Knight? I was going to banish it and then hopefully have more disruptions on following turn. Does Gold Sarcophagus send before the battle phase? It says at the start of the damage step. So if I send it, can I still attack with it? Because if so, I can OTK here. I just don't know, because it says at the start of the damage step. Does that mean that damage has already begun, and then I'm not really sure about this phase. Horus can't attack after. Okay, then I wouldn't have lethal then. Yeah, I'd rather go into Little Knight. Wait a minute. I'd rather do more damage and then go into Little Knight. I could have banished their card, but I'm just going to end the turn. Do they even have anything worth banishing? Doesn't look like it. I have 2 disruptions. Do you have anything? Oh, they did have something in the graveyard. I should have read that card. During your main phase, except to turn this card to sense of the graveyard, you can banish this card and 1 Raid Raptor from your graveyard, then target 1 Raber XZ in your graveyard, special summon it. Is there something once per turn you can detach from material and target 1 XZ? No. Nah. I'll let him summon it. He's gonna skip his battle phase just to destroy my SP Little Knight. That's fine by me. I don't care. Gives me another turn. And he doesn't have that many life points. I don't like that. You're not summoning from the deck. Now we got a fat jellyfish on the field. Pay half your life points and target 1 Raid XZ in the graveyard and special summon it. Okay. Dangerous. What is that? You can destroy all spell and traps your opponent controls. Your opponent cannot activate cards in response to this. I didn't know this card existed. They had something better than a Link 3. That's a crazy card. Wow. Is this a new card? Let's see, it's called Stranger. Oh, it's been in the game for a while. I've just never seen it before. Probably because this deck always goes first. And they always summon that crazy monster I can't get rid of. So, no. No. It's over. It's so over. today. We're very lucky with the coin flips today. I like this hand. Gold sarcophagus, activate. We're gonna go for the Horus first. We don't want them to get a clue on what we're playing. Response. Ash. Beautiful. So they ashed the gold sarc. Means they're not ashing fish sonar. And they're not ashing ice barrier. So they just lost the game with that one. We're gonna go ahead and summon that in defense. They got another response here. Very likely this is an imperm. So we have targeting protection. We can summon our level 8 that protects from targeting. Heretic Sky Dragon. So that's what we're gonna go for. Another one. Probably didn't need to do that actually, when I think about it. Because now I'm going to summon Kairishin on the 5th summon, which is something I really don't want to do. But we'll hope. Because this guy's obviously got 2 hand traps. Likely not a 3rd. Like, that's a very low probability. So we can take those chances. I'm going to go for him. Heretic Sky Dragon. Yeah, I'll go in attack position. Why not? Banish the ice barrier. Response. Add Kairishin to the hand. Activate Fish Sonar. Add Jellyfish. Are you gonna stop me now? Activate Jellyfish. Send Yumi to the graveyard. Response? No. Okay then. So we left the water horse on the field because we don't want more than one non-water on the field. So, activate Sea Stealth. They could have another targeting effect. Hopefully this is not Snake Eyes, because they could use Subversion to break this board. It's not. It's Trap Tricks. What could they possibly do? When this card is normal summon, you can add one Trap Garden from your deck to your hand. Do I care about Trap Garden? I don't, really. I don't care then. Have it. So this deck is all gas because once you get Kyroshin on the field, and it's very easy with this because Horus can discard the Ice Barriers. And Ice Shade Ron can discard Dragoons. So there's a high probability that you're getting to Kyroshin. And once you get Kyroshin on the field, you just win anyway, so most decks can't break this. The deck doesn't care about Max C, so we don't need to run Ash Blossom. Do we banish Ice Barrier now? We're already waterlocked. I'll wait. Six, 8,200. This isn't lethal. Can we get lethal though? Yeah, we can. We can go. We don't have any more other links. I could summon another Kyroshin, but this is lethal. I don't need any more. Oh, that trap card. I don't care. He might have a trap card that summons a monster. And there it is. If you detached Happy when he used Imperm, this would be... No, it wouldn't, because I banished Ice Barrier, and so I couldn't summon any non-water on, Yeah, part of the reason why I didn't activate it is because I was afraid that he could have some kind of, effect, like, Talents or Thrust. But, looks like I won that match anyway. Yeah, because Ice Barrier was used that turn, I was waterlocked, I wouldn't be able to summon one of the Horus monsters. I guess we can go for one more game, and then I do have to go. Ready? Shorinyu. Shorinyu. Imperm. The dragon. I'm going second. No. This is a good hand. Exo Sisters. I like this matchup. They usually just end on one Exo Sister Exe. I contribute it with Gamma Steel. That's it. Game over. I basically have 5 Kaiju copies in this deck, 3 Ice Barriers, which is easily discarded with the 5 copies of King Sarcophagus that I have, 3 Ametsi, 2 King Sarcophagus, and then I have Gamma Seal itself, and 8 Foolish Burial Goods. When this card is normal summoned or flip face up, you can add 1 spirit monster from your deck to your hand. You can reveal this card in your hand immediately after this effect resolves. Normal summon 1 spirit monster from your hand. Add 1 Exo Sister spell trap. I haven't seen Exo Sister Lab, but it doesn't look like they're running Lab, and if they do, they probably didn't draw them. We'll see. If they set a bunch of cards in the back row at the end of the turn, maybe. Nope. Just 1 Exo Sister. That's it. So, bye-bye. Which trap did they draw? They drew if all monsters you control are Exosisters, so that one is nullified. Oh. Maxi, huh? I could go for lethal here. Or I could play it safe. Because King Sarcophagus, special summon 2. Talent, steal Gamma Seal, and then go in for an attack. Do I want to do that though? I think it's okay. Well, actually, we'll see. So we're not drawing a card. What can I do here then? I can just draw. I don't need to OTK here. I think it's too risky. They could get nib. I think my mistake was I could have just activate talent, steal Gamma Seal, tribute it with Ocean Lord, and then pass the turn without giving them any draws. Because I don't want to give them any draws. But now I might have no choice. No, because they need an Exosister. They need an Exosister on the field. Oh. Did you mean if it says if all monsters you control are Exosisters? If that's what you meant, yeah. So if I get rid of Gamma Seal, then then it will be live. If they summon an Exosister that next turn. I don't want that to happen. Is it targeting though? I may just have to go full combo. Yeah, I don't have 4. Do I have time though? I had to do it. It was too risky not to. Well, we did it. That was a good game to end the night. It's been a very long stream. I really enjoyed doing this. I'll probably be back to do it again. So, thank you all for joining me. I'll upload the full thing next time. And anyone who missed out on me doing shark stuff, well, you'll be able to see that later. So, I'll see you guys. Thank you all, and good night.